Like for some more Resident Evil scripting. This is gonna be my last Trials Rising build. Last ever build. So this is like my website here. I changed things, of course. Homepage and everything. Go check out the stuff that I work on. Obviously I added my best build from Trials. I'm going to be remaking this background again in the Unreal Engine. That's going to be my final remake project for Resident Evil. That's why I really never finished it in Trials. I think I've done 3 builds. I'm going to do a special stream after I do my laboratory build stream series, as I build through the map, of course, right? When I stream, obviously, the stream of the Resident Evil build, I may go in the editor mode, actually, and just see all the logic and everything, what I could have done better. And yeah, I think I did a video for the 3 other RE builds. The fixed versions of those are probably not going to be doing those, but I'm going to do all of them. I'm going to do all the Resident Evil builds that I've done, because that's going to be this is going to be the last build I ever do on Trials. Can the editor hold up? Will the editor crash? That's up to the editor. That's not up to me. And then I'll be doing 1 tournament on Halo Infinite. Change this here. I also been playing SSX Tricky. Right? This is a game that I used to play when I was younger. Going for high scores and stuff. I started playing it again, so I made this table you see here in GIMP, a program called GIMP. And I made all the logos and everything. I got all these logos from the game, of course. And I photoshopped them, put them all here, put brackets, did the snowflakes just like the game, you know. And this is SSX, playing on my GameCube. Why did I do this again? I don't know. I was cleaning out my closet. I saw my GameCube and was like, why don't I just try some GameCube games again? It's the best idea that I came across. Right, I am remaking all of these favorite levels that I grew up with anyway. Might as well just play some of my old games again. And that was like a really good decision. And then I packed away, obviously, all the other stuff that don't work anymore. After I'm done with PlayStation, I'm probably not going to pack it away, because there's some good games still there to play it whenever I want. But it's going to be it, I would say. I'll be using the PlayStation 4 to do the Resident Evil build. gonna be it. So the current stage I'm working on is Mercury City. Right now I'm currently at 4.1 million. The target score that I want to get there is probably 5 million, if I'm being honest. That's something that you could see on my Twitch. Just old, obsolete sites that used to track the scores, but they have ultimately died. Because the game is really old, of course. Right, and then these are the new milestones I set. I got rid of trials, because I don't plan to ever use trials again. And so I'm going to work on some Halo stuff. Work on some game design stuff, which you see here. And some live streams when I play other people's games. Here. And tutorials. I made a bunch for Trials Fusion. The game that I was actually really good. With almost no problems. And then this garbage. Editor Trials Rising, which is supposed to be the next program update, but then for whatever reason they delivered some good thing, some great tools, and then they delivered some really bad stuff as well. And then obviously whenever I feel like doing some game design tutorials, actual tutorials, I'll put those on probably this channel, if I'm being honest. And that's gonna be it for me. And obviously, all the games that I played, of course, throughout the years, I usually like to put a little Photoshop little thing there, and it's almost like my link tree. All the games that I've played throughout the years, they all go there. I was gonna remake the Super Mario Sunshine, but I'm not gonna do. I'm gonna do that in Halo Infinite. I feel like it's the most appropriate map to make, right? Because then I have no ideas for Halo Infinite. Well, my favorite game that I ever played was Pikmin 4. That was a good game. Really, really good game, actually. I really enjoyed Pikmin 4. But I really, really enjoyed this game. Came out of nowhere. Was not expecting a remaster of this game. Which gives me hope for Nintendo, of course. And then you have, yeah, and then I was doing some Metroid Prime remakes, and as soon as they came out with the remastered, I dropped all of the stuff I was working on. I'll be like, you know what? Nintendo remade their game finally. That's it. Yeah, and then also they did Pikmin, of course, which was really nice as well. The other game that I grew up with as well. This is actually the first game I ever played when I was 11 years old. When it came out. It's a really, really good game. It's a strategy game where you have to use your Pikmin. And each Pikmin is tied to a... I tried doing it on Trials, the Pikmin game. It didn't turn out so well, I'm being honest. But this was before the Pikmin was even remade. Well, I'm glad that Nintendo is tackling old games and and remastering them and putting them on the Switch so we can play the old titles again, because those are really good games. Nintendo should just keep on doing that. Right? Bring back the old titles and make them playable. Like Super Mario Sunshine. We need a remake of this game. Of any game. Super Mario Sunshine definitely needs a remake. Okay, the original one is good and everything, but we need a remake of Super Mario Sunshine, okay? So everyone can play. And apparently, so Nintendo can stop going after emulators. You know, if Nintendo wants to stop emulation, the only thing they gotta do is port the game back onto the Switch. Or the Switch 2 or whatever. But I don't know. If Nintendo doesn't do that, then Nintendo just expect more emulation, because like it's almost like the companies hold on to this power where they can take away that right for you to play the game, you know, unless you own the original copy on a Nintendo GameCube. Yeah, also New Super Lucky's Tale was a great game that I played too. Alright, this is like a Mario type game. Really, really good game. I gave this game a 9 out of 10. I have videos on my channel. Each one of these videos got like 50 to 100,000 views. No commentary. Just an amazing all-around game. Very, very colorful game right there. And then Ori. Ori are very, very high quality 2D games. These are like the best 2D games I've ever played. The Ori games. 9 out of 10s. Amazing, amazing story. Amazing games. Really, really good. Yep. Yeah, but that's all I wanted to show. I did some work on the website and stuff that I have. And check it out. Link to all of my YouTube channels, the 6 YouTube channels that I have. I used to have another type of setup on the website with other pages and stuff, like a leaderboard system, but I scrapped all of that because I don't even have those videos anymore. I kind of deleted them, and there's just something I used to do back in the day. There's just lots and lots of pages that I kind of have to get rid of, which is annoying, right? That I did work on. I have videos on them, so, you know, it's not like it's a complete waste. Here on Saint's Custom Designs channel, I have a web design series where I go over on my website and I do showcases of my website and stuff. I just have to go there and do some framework and remove some pages and stuff. And I already did the framework for other pages. So for like my tournament, I got to do more framework for my Halo Infinite tournament. I'll run on Halo Infinite. And yeah. I'll be working on some Resident Evil. The final map. Hopefully I can finish it. Since I'm in full screen mode here, you could see the map. So there's going to be B1, B2, B3, which is pretty big. And then B4. There's actually floor 1 as well. Elevator from floor 1 to the surface. Okay? So that's going to be the goal of this particular stream, is the laboratory build, which is the last level in the Resident Evil. I already built the combination lock, as you see the script right there. Which took a while. That was the first streams I've done This is going to be the last Trials Rising build I'll ever do. I mean, there was a last Trials Fusion build I ever did. Right? So there's going to be a last Trials Rising build I ever did. Of course. And I'm going to move on to some Halo Infinite stuff because I really want to do stuff there. Part of a huge jumping community there, so every time I make some jump maps, at least I'll get people to play them. This game is kind of dead. I actually accessed Track Central the other day just to play some tracks, and there's only just a couple of them. Like people just need to understand it. The game is not very good, and so when the game is not very good, you're gonna lose a lot of traffic, and they're gonna play other games, right, that are much better, right? But again, I do like the editor when it works, with quotations, you know, when it works. I've archived so many problems that can happen as I'm building through this program. A great program. It's a great idea for an engine, right? Maybe having the scripts in the world is probably not the best idea. You know, I'd recommend scripting in a 2D window where you keep all your scripts there and you can organize them. That's so much better than having them presented in the world, right? I think Halo 5 was like this as well, where the scripts are actually in the world, which is probably a little bit better because then you can keep the scripts next to the area you want to try to script. But here, I kind of know what I'm trying to do. Obviously, with the computer, you have a mile of script here. And then for the combination lock, you have a bunch of script as well, right? The combination lock is amazing. It works just like a combination lock. You have to punch in the numbers exactly, or it doesn't work. And you can punch in whatever number you like. Like, the numbers all work. It's just the code part of it is not going to work. Right, obviously I know the code by heart. The people are not going to know the code in the game. I think in the caves level, I wanted to tell you the code, but I ran out of space. So I didn't tell you the code. But then the code was actually built wrong, so you can just type in a few numbers there. But yeah, it wasn't really made properly. People didn't know where to go, really. Just like the original games. People didn't know where to go. You had to find the code on some file laying in the level somewhere, and it tells you how to unlock the safe or whatever. That's how the original games were. It was just like that. So, I'm kind of worried about the space, to be honest. A little bit. We're obviously going to do this part, and in this part, there's a lot of rooms. There's a lot of small little rooms. And when it comes to scripting, all the scripting is pretty much done. Just graphics. We have this massive room down here. The big room down at the bottom of B3. And that's the refinery area where all the machinery's at. And that powers the main elevator. Machinery there. So maybe the machinery, there's probably a bunch of moving parts or whatever that we can probably assemble. But it's super, super easy. Nothing too complicated. The most complicated part is obviously moving the character, the computer stuff, and then the combination lock is the most crucial parts. We're not going to do any enemy AIs. We already have scripted enemy AIs we can drop in the level. We have a scripted spider that follows you wherever you want, and a zombie. Yeah, so there's going to be a few little scripts here and there, like unlocking some doors and door locks, stuff that I want to tackle, and stuff like that. But not too much. That's going to be it. And then we have the laboratory level in the bottom. We're going to include this area. and awkward camera angles. It even says B1, B1F on the wall. That phone needs a life jacket too. Let's go swimming. Problem with these remakes is I don't know the perspective. No, that's what we're gonna do. My live chat is open for people to ask me questions or whatnot. On the final Resident Evil build. On Trials. When it comes to scripting and stuff, we're done. I could remove this. I'm gonna regroup that so we can fix the axes. Be the combination lock area. The computer's fine. Console's there. I don't think we want this. I'm gonna take my script from my door. I'm gonna build it up. Separate object in the frame. And these are some big doors. So this is our reference. And we start a new build. We can see what the size of the level is. Once we get the level, the Resident Evil builds are usually easy to know what the size is. Bolt size or level. So that's going to be the start of the level. I don't have to delete any more of these saves. Right, it's going to be 001. It's going to be the first save of the laboratory level. I won't be tackling another build anymore in Trials. That's going to be it. I was going to do so much more builds, but the integrity of the editor doesn't really hold up for me to be wasting my time. I only chose to tackle the builds that I really want to do, and then that's it. You got a light there. Light. See these awkward camera angles. Gonna be hard to make the level. On the floor, I would think that that's brick that I'm walking on. But it looks like a damn carpet. Very strange. Has some borders and stuff on the side. The perspective of the camera, it's really hard to make out what I'm seeing. So these doors are not exactly the same door frame here. I'm gonna have to make it bigger. So these particular door frames, I could move them out of the level, and I can grab these frames and put them in the level. So this is how big my character is. I could also give it a test run to see what the size of my doors are at. This is going to be my character. This is a little ball that rolls around. The level. This is my reference to what the size of the character is going to be. The camera is going to be up to here, at the same length as the character. So now I'm going to have to just put down a wall. We need a light too. See what we're doing. Because this is a Resident Evil map, so it's in the dark. This is where we need some lights. Grab an LED light. Probably not gonna customize the move it around the level. Start to illuminate the level as we move the light around. The Resident Evil map is gonna have a lot of shadows. A lot of self-casting shadows and stuff. But these lights are not going to be dynamic. We want to eliminate the amount of lag it has. That's weird. The calling range on certain objects is not really the calling range of the object in the world, which is kind of annoying. It should be. Almost like it all varies on the size of that object. And since we're going to be doing a very low scaled indoor map, it's going to be super easy to render certain objects. We don't have to have high levels of calling range, because the calling range is the objects will become disengaged and re-engaged basing on the distance between the character and the object. We can customize the color of our light source. Our light source is going to be like a yellowish white. Color the light, not the actual. To get the color of the light. Oh, I don't know what the real color is. I'm just going to play around with a value. I will tweak it as soon as I make the level, so I can actually get the real light source of the level that I want. Right now we have the brick floor that we could color. We're going to set that to custom, so you could use textures to colorize the floor with layering textures to make it look dirty. That's how big a door is, huh? The Unreal Engine, I would have to model my own structures and then texturize my own structures. And then in the modeling program, I could take whatever shape, whatever size I desire. Doesn't have to be limited to a certain angle or a certain shape. And I think in Blender, everything uses Python script. So anyone who's into Python script can fiddle around with Blender. But I'm not sure if it only uses Python script. And then in the Unreal Engine, it is C++, one of the main coding languages there. There could be more to establish the different stuff in the editor. I don't know if I'm going to start here. It's a relatively good size. I could recustomize the size of this particular area, so we can see the size of that. There's going to be like a little bit of room, so maybe like that. The door, the frame, the door, our hatch. I think this is a good enough size for now. We're going to have multiple lights while I'm working, so I could see the surrounding areas. And then when the areas are done, then I can work on the room lighting to make it more realistic. This is going to be the Resident Evil map where it's supposed to be realistic. Realistic lighting and shadows and shading. Right now, I just want to build. Because my mansion build looks really, really nice. Very, very realistic looking. Use no ray tracing, no nothing. And you don't really need that, to be honest. But it's Trials. It's not going to look amazing. This looks like a big door. The door does look bigger there. But that's from the third person perspective. Versus from the third person perspective. The goal is to walk through this eventually. And I gotta animate the door. In Resident Evil, the doors are not, I don't think they're animatable. I think it's just a movie that plays. So you're not actually opening the door. But it's not how we're gonna do it here. We have some railings here that I could use. Really good ones too. One of these. This. First part of it at least. Guess these are tilted. No, they're straight. Are these tilted? Oh, they're straight. Now these are tilted. So now we can start gluing the doors. Oh no, we're not gonna do it yet. After we focus on the designs, we could do glue doors. These seem to be tilted, and I know I didn't tilt them at all. Set to 90. First problem of the day of trials. Change these. We're not going to see the other side of the door. They're going to be against the wall. And change the color of those. we already have that. We already have one of those. I don't need to add them again. Since we gotta change the color of this. Gonna make it 30. Because we want to select this stuff. Object within an object. It'd be really hard to do that. Just want the fence from here. We want the doors to be frictionless so the player doesn't get stuck on the door. This door is going to be terrain and this door is going to be vegetation. There's going to be too much. I don't think we even need, to be honest, any of that stuff on the door. I think the door's fine. All. This is where I could start doing stuff with the layers. So there's gonna be nothing here, so we could delete these layers on rookie, pro, all of these, they have nothing. It says 0 objects, so we can get rid of these layers. Then there's a default layer. We could lock it, and I think this is physics. So I can get rid of this layer. Delete layer. Delete. Can't delete this layer. Why not? Okay. I guess we could rename it then. I'm gonna rename it to decals. No, what? Excuse me. Oh, it was the original. It always seems to amaze me. There was another layer called Pro or whatever. I wanted to change the name of that one. Trials needs to really fucking... Trials is never gonna get fixed, to be honest. But, yeah. I can add new layer. Rename the layer. This one is gonna be decals. Because I was trying to name the pro one. It's saying that you cannot delete the pro, and I was like, okay, maybe you just you cannot have more than 3 layers. But then it was talking about the main. It wasn't talking about the pro, even though the pro was the one being selected. Right? So, I don't know. It's just kind of weird how... I'm like, oh, why don't I just change the name? Because I already have the default one, which is called default. I'll change the pro one to decals, but then for whatever reason... The Pro one disappeared, and then the default went to decals. That's another bug in the editor. About the billions of bugs that you'll find. That's another one. Decals. Set as active layer. We have 3,559 objects on main layer, and decals. It would be nice to put stuff on another one as well. We can add a new layer. We could say level logic. Now, I want to believe trials. Like, I really want to believe trials here. And this is where I don't like using the layer system, because I feel like trials is bad. I feel like if I make individual layers just to organize stuff in the editor, it's when an active layer is active, when I ship the map, it's only going to include everything within that layer, even though all the layers are part of the same map. But, you know, and just because you add decals to one layer, that doesn't mean anything. You're going to turn off all the decals, even the textures themselves. There's no option to turn off the tags for the decals. But if you want to turn off all the tags and remove some of the clutter in the other map, parts of the map, this is where the layer system is going to come in handy. Now, when I deal with decals, obviously I'm going to set this one to set as active. So any object I place goes under decals. So it will just only be decals that I'll be doing. Or I can individually select every decal that I do. And then I can lock the object. So meaning that if I accidentally hit an object and put it out of place or whatever, then that's what the lock option is for. In this particular program, you don't really have to worry about that too much. It would probably be nice to select stuff in a glue group that normally cannot be selected. Now, level logic and decals, and then main. And then you have your driving line. So we're not going to touch the driving line. The four objects that are just statically being there are the driving line. Which, interesting, if a camera in replay mode... Actually, I probably should, like, reorientate that as well for replay mode. Normally in replay mode, the camera is a different camera. You can probably make this the replay camera as well. We're going to say use as replay camera. Therefore, replays won't be broken. But I mean, I can check this on and probably replays will still be broken. I'm not going to obviously use this as the game camera, because the game camera is your starting camera, which is wherever that camera is. Which is this camera right here. That's the start camera. This is going to be the starting camera. That's the camera you'll see first. And then obviously you can cycle through the menus to get to the other cameras, and then it'll bring you to the game camera. The game camera has nothing to do with the game camera that the editor is telling you that it is. That's just the starting camera. It's going to confuse and destroy the whole perspective of the cameras. For now we're using decals mode. We can switch the modes with our D-pad. So our main layer, our decals layer, and the level logic. So every time I want to do level logic, I can switch the layers. Any object that I will put will be under level logic. Any object that I put under decals shall be the decals. And the reason why I want to do this is because when I go to track layers and there's like a million decals in one area and I can't fucking see because there's so many tags everywhere, I can just switch it off. But problem is when I switch it off, all the textures will shut off as well. Which I wish there was an option to just shut off the tags but still keep the textures, because that's what you want. And that's another problem with the editor, where they just didn't add that option. They have all these other options to hide the connectors and then hide the icons, but not the actual tags and those little ribbons themselves. Which kind of hurts the whole building of the level in itself, if you think about it. So, yeah. And that's just from a building perspective. I'm not even talking about the scripts. That's obviously all the level script you see in the background, the city of scripts you see. And then that long line to the left is what I had to use to do the computer. That's just it's almost like a timeline. Something you would use in a video editing software, or a sound editing software, or a music editing software. It's just you're creating a timeline of events that will happen in a row. So however long your song is however the amount of instruments you will have to make the beat, or to make the movie, or to do whatever. But you have to set up the format first, right? And that's what I did there. So I created a movie within Trials to simulate that you're actually, punching in the numbers. I didn't feel like programming a keyboard within the Trials editor when I first started this. It was going to be a shitload of work, and I just really care about the... And then when you do all that logic, it adds up to your total complexity. Your total complexity is not the full bar. It's only up to the P, the L, and the E. And then that varies based on the different objects that you use. So you have like this hidden limit within the limit, which the limit should have been the limit of the actual limit, but don't get me even started with that. In Trials Fusion, the track file size is connected to the total complexity, but in this game it's not. So, but this game is unfinished, and for people who've been watching the Trials building series, you know that already. You know that the game is unfinished. The amount of technical problems that it has, how dead Track Central is. Yeah, it's crazy. So this tag is going to be under decals. Well, let's just say if I... Okay, so let's see if I grab a new decal. Will it be under decal? Just to make people's lives a little bit easier. So most of the people that use this program ain't gonna use the layer system, and some people are going to use it. For veterans like me who've been using the Trials editor for a while, ain't gonna need it really, or even the buttons on the side. There's actually additional information that can be shown, but that's just clutter for me. That's clutter on the screen that I just want to get rid of. It would be nice to turn it on and off. You can turn it on and off, just more seamlessly. Obviously you have to go to a settings menu to do that. So this is going to be more dirty. This thing is paused. I can't see. Not going to be that much dirtier. Just want it a little bit dirty. You don't want it clean like that. I want to make sure it's been here for some time, because all the rest of it is like kind of rusty. and then you just have a clean object all of a sudden. It just doesn't make sense to have that in the level. So normally, when you model something in a professional software, you want to do all the textures on the model beforehand. But this is not a modeler. This is the Trials Rising. This is a level editor. So there's going to be a thing to do additional textures on models. Additional textures you can overlay on the models. So yeah. And you can kind of customize it exactly how you want, which is cool. I just wish that the problems in the program were addressed, but they are not. So now, since I have 2 layers there, and let's just say you wanted to hide terrain materials 36. There's 2 of them. And then if you start messing with a bunch of, if you want to get really detailed, there's going to be a lot of clutter on the screen. Either you can push them back, all the way back, which is going to be kind of annoying, because you want them to be close to the proximity that you want to edit, but then they're kind of clutter in the way. You can go to the track layers and say, I want to turn off these decals. The problem is when you turn them off, the decals themselves turn off. The textures also turn off. See? But you can get rid of the tags. The problem is I just want to get rid of the tags, but keep the textures. That, my friend, is where Trials failed. Along with many other things. When it comes to the oversaving feature, that's why I have to save in 001, 002, and so on, is the only way that I know that my map's not going to get data corruption errors and I'll lose the entire build because the people who built this program don't know how to debug their own programs and release garbage programs for the users to use. And then you... No. Always test out your products before you release them. I shouldn't have to suffer. Trying to look for a steel flat object. See, and again, when it comes to modeling, is I can't model, so I'm gonna have to select. I have to go around and find an object that I need out of the pre-assembled objects that are available to me. If this was professional, I can just model my own shape, whatever I want, apply texture, then bang, done. Or just as I'm modeling the door, the texture and everything, the shape's already done. I just have to apply the textures to them. Or I can have a complex model with different parts. You can't do that in Trials, of course. As this is going to be my last build on Trials. I feel like Trials Rising could be a good starter pack for people who want to get into game design. Great. There's a load of models to play with. You can animate it, you can use their tool sets and everything. Like, I'm not going to find a piece. I mean, I could use this maybe. These would probably be nice. Kind of out of place though. Can I color these? I can. Kind of big. Can't select them anymore. Look kind of blurry. I don't even know what they're called. Yeah, I don't know what they're called. Maybe it's called a steel column. No, I have no idea. I have to go look and see what they're called. Called a plate. I don't see a plate here. I'm in front of it. Okay, do I need to get closer? Like, is this close enough? Still nothing. Oh, there they are. Why are they so far away? No, it's... Oh, is this another bug in the editor? I'm guessing it's because they're on a different layer. But it shouldn't matter what layer they're on. Yeah, it shouldn't matter what layer they're on. It's sorted by the distance. So now we have an object that we place down that is unselectable. And it doesn't even show up by sort by distance. Because that's another way of selecting your objects. We're trying to select the plates. I can go down, select these plates. I'm going to find a plate. Right, which you're guessing it's these ones. I go to select, and then confirm. And it's selecting a completely different plate somewhere on the map. But not the one in front of me. You see the other problem? This is why this editor is garbage. And that's why this is my last map. You can't make this stuff up. Well, let's just put these onto main and see if they show up on main. Which, why would that be a thing? Why would there be an object per distance option for it to not show up? It's crazy. Actually crazy. Object finder. Now these objects are on main. Can I find the objects in front of me? I'm in front of the object's ass. I'm actually up its ass. Around the corner and 5 blocks away. Now it shows up. So can you imagine somebody building with this program and then they put objects on another layer just to organize their objects, but then the object finder is not programmed to identify the objects because they're on a different layer. It's only going to show the objects on layer 1, not layer 2, even though it's just sorted by the distance. It shouldn't matter what layer the objects are under. It should show the nearest objects to my editing camera. Problem 1,000,000,001. That's problem 1 billion. One more billion. I would probably quit if my job was to fix this game. I probably would just quit. I wouldn't. No, I just wouldn't do it. It would just be too much hassle. I wouldn't be able to fix it. It would just be too much. Be like, sorry guys, I'm kind of out of here. You guys could fix it if you'd like. This is actually kind of crazy how the amount of problems that the program has. Like, I can understand if like one thing didn't matter. When you have major core problems wrong with the editor in the game, that's just crazy to me. Crazy. That's why nobody uses it, and the people that do use it are just the hardcore fans, and I feel sorry for them, but at the same time I don't. These are the same people that gave me death threats, so, because I made fun of their favorite program, of course. I was trying to save them some time, be like, hey, your editor's trash. I don't think you should use it. Like, shut up, Sane, you're a fucking idiot. I don't understand. And it kind of just makes your community look bad too. When you're being that aggressive with people, like, are you wanting people to come and use your stuff? Or do you want people to talk shit like me and just move on and with a bad taste in their mouth? Be like, yeah, I used to use trials. Damn. I wish it wasn't so bad. I would have used it more. Like that's what I'm going to say to other people when they ask me about trials. I'm not going to recommend them to ever use an editor like this because it's broken. It's really, really broken. Very, very broken editor. And it shouldn't have to be like that. But it is, unfortunately. But it is, unfortunately. This is like real criticism I gave today without getting upset. It is pretty crazy though. So now we actually found out that Object Finder doesn't work when it comes to the layer. It says sort by distance, sort by name. Is it still distance though? No, you would think it's by name, alphabetical order. Sort by name. right? And then sort by ID, which is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it's sort by order of the number, sort by distance, sort by name. But if you have an object on a different layer, then you won't be able to find that object. Now I don't even want to have different layers. Now I just want everything in one layer. Because then I want to select objects in front of my face and I can't because it's on a different layer. Even though it's supposed to be sorted by distance. Oh, I just can't imagine somebody building a map using the layering system. Developers like, you should use the layer system. It fucks you in the ass. And then you get fucked in the ass later on. I'm glad that I'm testing all these options now so I don't get fucked in the ass. So I'm just going to say, move these to active layer. Yes. Because this layer system sucks. Like, I'll just keep the layers there, but I won't be able... just keep the layers alone. I do want to create like a door handle. Now we could probably use this. This one looks better. It has like the nails, the rust. And we don't have to decal the object. It does look a little bit more presentable. We can change the size. We've already glued the object. We can test it out. Let's see, this one looks a little bit better than that one. Actually has rust texture decals. Won't be able to select it though. And what can I change the color of this object without selecting the other object? So then I have to find out little workarounds like changing my camera around so I can select this particular object I'm trying to select, which makes the editor tedious. You cannot change the color of the object. It's not really decalable. It is decalable, but then the texture is not... It does look better. Maybe we can have that as a handle. I don't know if I selected it or not. It's really hard to tell. It becomes so tedious that I don't even know what I'm doing half the time. Because the object disappears as I go closer to it. I want to select the goal is to select the object, but there's too many objects in the middle of the objects that it doesn't allow you to select. So it's becoming so tedious that I don't even... I'm just going to undo. And I'm going to take this... I'm going to undo again. Select this object and delete it. Because now it's becoming a little bit tedious now. So that's going to be the way it is. That's just the way it is. Famous song by Tupac. So the walls, I could use the same texture with the walls. I don't know how big the walls are going to be. Probably not much bigger than the actual frame itself. But then these walls are thick. So I could use these walls or I could use a different type of wall. I want to colorize these walls a little bit differently. I'm going to colorize the walls as a terrain and colorize the floor as custom. So the wall and the terrain don't have the same. Same thing goes with this wall. Probably going to have to do a different texture because these walls are going to be colliding with each other. But they're probably going to be colliding not in a specific way. Because there's going to be borders. So I know there's going to be nothing above this floor. So I'm going to have... So it's easy. See, the problem with this oh my goodness, the phone. So there's going to be a basement. This is going to be B1. This is going to be B1, and then there's going to be B2. This is B1. There's going to be B2. So B2, there's nothing. I don't think there's going to be nothing below B2. But if you see this is B1, there's going to be B2, and it looks like there's another floor behind. So there's going to be B2. Right, so maybe we're okay because there's going to be a floor below this one all the way down to B3. So B3 is going to have something underneath this particular floor. And then we have B4. So then when we make the levels, we got to make sure that levels are not penetrating through the floor. I do have maps that I've made where I've made multiple floors and I didn't know that there were poles going through the opposite floors. And it kind of sucks in this editor because you can't customize the object sizes and cut them, and it's only whatever the models are. So that's just the annoying part about it. But I chose Trials, didn't I? So I can't complain. And Halo Infinite is... I would say it's worse. But in certain aspects, it's better. Certain things I could do versus what I can't. So there is going to be something over here. I'll just extend the frame more. So the only problem is now is we have to grab the door, grab the decal. This is gonna be an animated object that uses all these objects. And I can grab these decals and put them closer to the door, slightly behind it. We're gonna be using so now the doors are complete. These are going to be the doors. This is going to be the script for the other door. Or we're going to combine it for this door. Now there's going to be two doors, obviously. So if there's two doors, we're going to have two triggers. Obviously, because it's going to be double doors. And then we can use this script again for another door, of course. So if there's going to be two scripts for a door, I'm going to have an off switch. So it doesn't matter if I hit door left or door right or door right or door left. Everything will work properly. We don't hit the trigger again. Boom. These are going to be double doors. We can have them at 1 second. It really doesn't matter. But since they're double doors, we're going to have two scripts. And we have to assign each door. And this is going to be the double door script. And then we have to assign the door, the new doors. So this is going to be door 1. If we touch anywhere on door 1, because it's going to be tied to the joint, the pivot of the joint that selects the entire object. And then we have to obviously take script 1, put him here, and script 2, put it here. We know that doors open at 90-degree angles. That's going to have the door here. Normally, if you actually want to make... This is trials. I don't really care about physics, because physics are very clunky. This is like multiple... Physics are very clunky. Normally, we just have hinges on the doors. Hinges are much better, so you're going to have physical doors with hinges. Right? I would recommend hinges for doors. But since this is trials, I'm just going to have an animation to open my doors. Usually animations are just for elevators or stuff like that. But you don't even have to. You can have physical elevators as well. It's whatever you can come up with, whatever works, of course. So it's not clunky and bumpy, and it doesn't feel like a prototype half the time. It's good. So now we assigned the new door script, so it's going to make a door creaking sound, and when the door is done, it's going to make an impact sound. But this is more like a heavy door sound. Slam. We'll customize the door sounds a little bit better when I get to the doors. Now I just gotta customize the door. Okay, see, our doors are opening in the wrong way. Why are they opening in the wrong way? Well, we don't know what the doors are. Now the door is opening that way. So now we know the doors are under position pitch. So now when we open, I think the doors are going to be opposite to each other. I want to open this one. So this one is going to be at 90. And this one's at negative 90. Opening at 90 degrees. There you go. There's your doors. But for right now, they're locked. Doors are going to be locked. So now I can take this script that I made, I can combine the script, group it, leave it above the door here. There's going to be a ceiling, of course, above the room, and that's going to be the script for the double door. So it doesn't matter what double door we hit first, it's going to shut off each one of the triggers. There you go. Double door is done. Now I get to do the level again. That's going to be the script for the doors, right? That's a single door script over there, and then this is going to be a double door script. So now we have a single door script and a double door script. Which is pretty cool. I almost don't want to have that. We'll just have one of these. Have a basic sound for all the metallic impact and then metallic creak and metallic impact. Let's check. Is the doors receiving? Okay, they are. So this door is going to be locked, I said. Do I have a locked door script? Did I program a locked door script? Yeah, and then also, this is not playing all around, is it? It is. Cannot have that. Actually, we can just remove this entirely, because we don't need that. I don't think I programmed a script for the door. Also would be here somewhere. When it comes to the Resident Evil build, I'm probably not going to need these collectibles here. This is Resident Evil 1, not Resident Evil 3. So we're not going to be collecting gunpowders. This is the handgun ammo from Resident Evil 0 right here. We can delete that. We have the handgun ammo from Resident Evil 1 somewhere. We have grenade shells. We have the different type of herbs. We have some shotgun shells. We have some ink ribbon. We have a key. We have a file. First aid spray. We actually can save some data here. Get rid of the writing on the first aid spray. Just want to save some data. Already have a limited amount already in trials. We're gonna get rid of it wrote first aid spray. You're just gonna have the plus sign. This first aid spray. Okay, so we can get rid of all these. So now we gotta find where the handgun ammo is. random one of these. Oh, know where the handgun ammo is. Over here. The handgun magazine. This is the typewriter. When it comes to the typewriter, we can actually fix the script of the typewriter and put it somewhere else. It's not in the way, it's not cluttering the screen. Same thing when it comes to these logos. You can have them closer. When it comes to the typewriter, we're gonna have these behind. And have the script on top. But at the same time, we're gonna have advanced levels here. We're probably just gonna have one save station. Probably gonna have two. We'll see. We shall see. This is the end event, right? First set of cameras is in the second set of cameras. All right. Have you and you outside. Have you against the door. Let's do a bit more. This is like one of the final doors here. Something. Gonna be a locked door. Just need. It's gonna be the emergency exit. How will I get triggered again? Well, doesn't really matter how it's gonna get triggered. I'm probably gonna use, oh yeah, I'm gonna use the master key because I'm doing it differently. So the master key is going to unlock all the doors, actually. All the doors are going to be unlocked anyway. Trying to say off. One. Probably gonna wondering, what is this? Well, this is a locked door trigger. Every time you hit that, it's gonna make a sound. Unlock the door. Once you get the key, then that will have no function anymore. That invisible wall is gone, and you can... the sound effect is gone, and then the door will be opened again, and then it will be locked again. Because you won't need it anymore. Locked door functionality. Now, this is going to be kind of in the way. It's 85. And start doing another script for in the way objects, and we will just string them here. But there is going to be a hallway here. It doesn't really matter, so this is going to be our strings. So anything that's kind of in the way, I can just make a script to get rid of it, and only when the game is active. This could be triggers, invisible walls, whatever I want in my level. That makes the players not... invisible walls are great to block, make levels better. Gotta do them properly though. So this one is 0.85. We gotta set this to 0.85. There we go. So while in editing mode, it's kind of out of the way for now. Start doing core functionalities of the sounds we're going to hear in the level. What do we hear in the basement? What are the sounds that I hear in the basement? What are the sounds that I hear next to machinery? All plays within the headphones that I can assign here. We're going to have an outside area, so obviously we're going to have to turn off the sounds and do a transition from a sound to another sound. And then these cameras are kind of in the way. We don't need them. So we're going to have to put these somewhere else. These are obsolete to us. We don't need these cameras. So we can put them way above the level. They're still going to follow the rider. But we don't need them anymore. These are obsolete cameras. I wish we can turn them off. But these are this is the trials cameras that we don't need anymore. We're not going to be using those cameras anymore. I already assigned the replay camera to our game camera. Hopefully that fixes the replay issues in the game, but I don't think that's going to fix the replay issue, because I've done that before and the replay was still busted. I feel like the replay is tied to the driving line. We're not going to use the driving line because we put the driving line next to an area. It's going to lag up the entire map. So the driving line was wherever the driving line is. I don't know where it is actually. Probably look around, it's down there. The 2 spawn points for the driving line are down there. We're not going to use the driving line because we're not using the biker rider, and the biker rider is frozen down there. We don't need to use it anymore. It's interesting what trials you could do with trials is you don't even have to use the bike. You could use the game character. Obviously, if you couldn't use the game character, then we wouldn't be able to make these sort of levels. I wouldn't actually even be here making these levels. I would be finding another software to use, probably a much better one, to be honest. But Trials obviously wanted to make their engine accessible to make your own little mini games within Trials, so obviously they wouldn't have the game character selection thing, right? When you go into track settings, the option wouldn't be here for you to select your game character. So the option is gonna be all these other options, but then now it's like select game character here. And obviously the game type. You wouldn't have the game type as well. Right? None of that stuff would be non-existent. So I think if Trials focused more on making a track editor instead of a game engine, I think that they would do a much better... They would make a much better game, because now it's focused on making a track, a track editor, instead of an actual game engine. You know what I mean? And then it would be the best track editor, right? And then obviously adding a glue tool so you can actually glue objects together, snap glue into positions. Like Halo, they have like the cocaine, the glue, where you can snap stuff together, right? If they had that for this game, it would be so much better. And then you can actually make actual driving lines, because everything is all like glued. You can actually make tracks super quickly, because it is a racing game. It's a 2D racing game, but it's a racing game at the end of the day. You would want whatever smooths out your line more. So even having bendable surfaces or whatever, bendable ramps and stuff. Like, it's just the opportunities kind of like went out the window. Is Trials try to be too many things, but the one thing that it should have been, which is a motorcycle game. And I think that's where we are at now. It's just like, if the developers have thought about just, okay, we're going to make the best motorcycle game ever made. But then they obviously wanted to do other things, which is fine. But Trials Rising was a major letdown when just the amount of problems as it has is actually pretty mind-boggling, to be honest. If Trials just did that, then I think they wouldn't have the problem of having that. They wouldn't actually have that problem. They probably still would have that problem, but I think it would just be much better. I'm just trying to diagnose the game a little bit better. You know, because I am using it. I am a user that's using your program. And if I'm not going to have the best experience, I'm going to rate it based on the experience that I had. So, when it comes to the editor, it's not bad, but I'm probably going to give it a 5 out of 10 for the editor. Right? When it comes to the whole game, you get a 3. Nothing more than a 3 out of 10. That is awful. Compared to the other Trials games, I get like a 7. Yeah, that's a major jump right there. Not very good. Not a very good mark. A lot of people don't like to be rated, but I mean, if you sell a product on eBay or Amazon or at Walmart, if your product is not going to be good, that's why you have the rating system to begin with. So your product is actually reliable, safe to use. All of that stuff, that all matters. The Trials developers isn't like my rating system. I think the best thing they could do from there is don't make a game, or make a good game, and don't make a catastrophic error like Trials Rising is. But fanboys will disagree of all time. Fanboys will disagree, as they always do. I'm not gonna need this wall. I'll keep our character here for now. He's not gonna be here, but he's just gonna be here. He's Santa Claus. This is our game character. He's probably gonna start here, if I'm being honest. He's probably gonna start in this very room. That's going to be the starting position of this game. You're gonna be met with a door that's gonna be locked that you have to unlock later on in the level. If I could fit everything in the level, I think if I can fit everything, I'm probably not going to make another map, if I'm being honest. Right? So, hopefully I can fit everything, and if I can't, well, tough luck. The same thing with the Wind Waker build. Obviously, I ran out of space in Outset Island, and I deleted the submarine and all those props that I've made. And still wasn't enough space to finish it, and I messed up on the scale, of course. Because I was just trying to complete the map, and I lost track of the scale. Which is fine, it's not bad, it still looks good. It's a really good map. It's a long map. It's actually the longest map I'll make. I don't think this map is going to be as long, but with all the puzzles and everything, where you have to go. This is probably going to be the hardest Resident Evil map to pass, but it's also going to be pretty easy. Like, it's really easy. All you have to do is walk up to things and touch them, and it automatically triggers a pickup, or automatically triggers something to happen, right? Unless unless it's the combination lock, obviously you have to press A, and I actually even tell you, press A to interact with things. You don't even have to press A. That's only interact with certain things. Certain more complex things. But mostly, if it's just, you just walk in the doors, they open by themselves. But if the door is locked, you obviously need a key. But once you get that key, it automatically opens the door. Like, you don't have to do anything. It kind of does it for you. Super simple. It just has one game character. It doesn't have multiple game characters. Metroid Prime, you had 2 game characters. The ball, and then obviously the first person character. And the Zelda one, you had 2 game characters. The boat, and then the actual game character. And I think there are other games where I've made where I had multiple game characters as well. So it's a very easy build to do. So. And we also played around with the layer system in the beginning, which turned out to be a disaster. Good thing we didn't stick with that. So this is going to be a lot more like a factory refinery level. This is the laboratory of Resident Evil. We don't need this light here. I could delete it. I can come back to it when I unlock that room in Resident Evil. So the floor does look like it's a little bit dirty. So we could make the floor a little dirty. We cannot change the color of the floors, it looks like. So we're going to work on the floors a little bit, but we don't even know. Okay, so it's right at the door. We can have our ladder. So the problem with our ladder is our character is fat. So that's our problem already. So since our character is fat, we got to make sure the hole can fit our character. So we're gonna have to grab the ladder. There's also a ladder script here. We can grab the things to the size of our character. This is going to be the script for the ladder. So we don't need that right now. Did we reset on this? We don't know what the size of the ladder is yet. We can put our ladder script here. We don't know what the script is going to be yet. This is number 2. Number 1 is going to be our game character. Gonna be our ladder scripts, and we have to get our ladder. This thing. I think it's already pre-programmed, I'm guessing, right? So these are not gonna have collisions on them. Right? Only these have collisions, right? Nope. So this ladder's already pre-scripted. Just got it orientated with our level. Got to put a little light here because it's dark, I can't see. I want to keep the level environment lighting the same so I can make the level better. Gonna be just a little ladder. Probably gonna make the ladder friction's already 0. This is gonna be our first ladder. Our first ladder. Can we change the color of them? And make one more rung. So that's our ladder. $150 is the size of our game character. So you can know the size. So we're gonna have some steel plates. And listen to some ambient Resident Evil music. While I build. I mean, this ain't so rusty, this one. It's a little bit cleaner, right? Do I have a choice? I do have a choice. No. Yeah, I do have a choice. Oh. This is going to be the ladder. Well, normally you would want to texture these in a modeler. There you go. I think it's the same. Grab texture here. I don't have to touch that actually anymore. I don't think it's the same level. We could use this to measure. Same. So we don't know how big the ladder is. I'm just going to take another ladder and going to make the levels a little bit bigger. Extend the ladder. I don't know if we're gonna have more ladders in this. I think it's only one ladder. This whole level. So I think we're good when it comes to the ladders. When it comes to the ladder area, we gotta make sure the ladder is functional and it's properly assembled for the player to climb. You don't want the player to get stuck climbing the ladder. So the bottom of the ladder is obviously going to be right here. Looks like there is a hatch like this. I actually can't tell. Like our hatch comes closer though to the door. Interesting that we never touched this part. They're not in sync. Interesting. So our ladder's done. So I don't know what the bottom of the ladder is like, because I never went down yet. So when it comes to the bottom, I'll just figure out what the bottom is the bottom. Now we need some big nails. Do we need these, or can we just have just decals? No, but then decals wouldn't work. Shape. There, we can't see the nails on that side. We're not gonna put them. Start putting the wires here. And the wires come up to here. Here. The same wires that I just chose, can they bend? See them. Guess they can bend a little bit. Fully, like fully bend. Just a little bit. I have a curvy object set. And have a pipe system and more wires. Curve them. Have them all coming down this way. These are black, 100%. Establishing the pipes. I would need for this area. You probably don't want that for this particular platform. Friction the same, just for that area. Just slide down and climb back up. Don't have to do anything. Not exactly what I want. You probably want them darker. See it. I don't really care about centering them, to be honest. Rosetta should have came equipped with numbers, so I know what the middle is. One of the billionth of problems the editor has. Trials is trying to be everything but a motorcycle game. I need a dirty floor. Okay, so the texture is already here. I just need a something overlapping the floor. Then the wall is gonna be the same thing. Yeah. Wall's gonna be a little bit thicker. Wall's gonna be all of this. It'll just be dark. That's like the wall shading we're having. It's not exactly that color. How I perceive it though. Gonna be more white, this one. Dirty white. I can't see this wall here. They're all gonna be dirty white. Okay. Engine's gonna be there. The wall's gonna keep going here. Engine, the engine. The boiler. There's gonna be a boiler system. I'm not gonna focus too much on that. Where are the lights? Our lights are through the wall. We have to have a ceiling as well. We can't see the ceiling, so the ceiling can be whatever I want. Gonna find some rusty pillars. These actually are perfect. Even these ones are more perfect. I'd like to change the color of them. I probably won't be able to. So I'm gonna have to decal them. Characters. Yeah, but there's gonna be those pillars down there. I don't even know if I have that shape in the editor. It's like a triangular stone shape. We kind of do, but not that small. Those are some of the limitations we're gonna have to play out here. I like this rough texture here. Kind of simulates that. You want a pyramid type of shape. A steep pyramidical shape. You also have these logs too, which are really nice too. Really good tree logs. Yeah. Really nice texture on them. We're gonna have to decal this as well. We can decal it at bike. These. We'll make these stone structures. Stone structures, and then there's also a much larger stone structure for the furnace or whatever the hell that is. They're going to be right on the corner too. Guessing the boiler goes all the way through as well. Gonna have to have the boiler there. And the boiler is a little bit. We're gonna have to use our imagination with the boiler. We kind of have this object, but then they have these particular pipes. This actually would have been pretty nice. This is exactly what I need. These type of, the ending part of this has that, like that steep type of geometric shape to it. But then it has the pole. There's no way of releasing the pole. You know, it would have been nice if there was a different variation where you can just use the bottom of that instead of just the whole thing. These are really nice traffic lights too. It's another model in the editor. I was thinking about the boiler. Object like this. The boiler. I don't like it. Boiler could have this. This particular rounded object for the boiler. I'm probably going to be using that instead, actually. I would obviously have to change the color of the top. But I can only change the color of the base. Can't change the actual color. So then I would have to do another decal. For the boiler as well. And increase the size. I'm kind of worried about the collision of this boiler. So I'm going to get rid of it because every time you increase the size of objects in the editor, they have like a collision box the size of planet Mars. And so you won't be able to walk anywhere. Just turn off the collision. entirely. I don't know how big the boiler is going to be yet. It's going to be kind of big. This is only going to be the base of the boiler. It's a little bit bigger, but that's the only thing that I could find right now. To the base here. How big is the door? He's got to be bigger. Increase the height? No. So we're just gonna have angles on here. Same object. We're gonna have to angle it. Like this is a weight support for the roof. It is not precise in its dimensions. There's gonna be one group. Our boiler looks like we're going to have to do it like this. Flip it around out, flip it the other way. Actually, didn't. That's going to be a problem. That part. Oh boy. Not mirrored. Doesn't matter, we just have to deal with it now. I almost want to like keep it like that, to be honest. I'll just have to change the color. We make it. Oh no, we cannot. That's gonna be a problem. take our It's like our wires don't seem to add up here. But we cannot see where the wires are going. See. So it looks like there's another wall here. And there's a door there. Copy this wall, we gotta put it closer. Boiler. The wall up. And what the length of is it? Everything is there. Doors are there. Hmm. Create another wall here. Grab a sheet. Then we also got to color the wall then. That sucks. They're curling. Listen, why I saw the ladder there. And then the ceiling. Ceiling. Wall doesn't go all the way. Now we just gotta do the textures for the walls. Oh yeah, there's also shadowy effect. Yeah, we need a wall for that. Fill in the textures here. And for every wall, there's got to be a texture. And that's just only the start. Detail matters, right? All the walls, texture-wise, are fine. Need to add a wall here. I just need to adjust the textures. Okay, and then the boiler, of course. I think do the boiler like that. We're gonna have a texture on the boiler, more of a we don't have to color the whole thing. Just part of it. And color the tip, which kind of sucks. We have our boiler. Can't see it from this angle, but there's also like an elevator switch here. And then the wall doesn't matter. Get the wall already. Change the color of those. We don't have a switch, but we have something that looks like a realistic switch. I'm gonna use this engine here. I'm gonna flip it around. I'm gonna use that as a switch. We probably can use that in the engine area as well. What type of equipment is here? So like a little engine, maybe a little fan. Dust. See what's going on here, but we can put some stuff here. Start putting the machinery a little bit more there. Pipes. Okay. Can't see the machinery from this angle. We're definitely going to color these, I think. When it comes to the machinery, it's a little... These are not going to be animatable. Why do we even need this? I have the... purpose of having this. It's really up to the side, doesn't it? of that. Oh, this is all gonna be, this is gonna have a locked door as well. These are curved. That makes a little bit more sense now. These are curved. You're not selected because the object behind is a million times bigger than. I can't see anything what I'm selecting. And this is a problem too. I feel like the objects that I'm selecting shouldn't be like in the world. There should be a separate menu as I'm seeing the objects before I put them in the world. That's another mistake already. You know, because what happens if I have a level here that I'm trying to select objects? So I have to go away from it. You know, imagine being up close to an object and be like, I wonder if I can select an object. You load the menu, load the object, but then the object's going through the world as you're selecting it. That's the 10th billionth and one problem in this game. It has a lot of problems, the game. A lot of problems. It's crazy. So I could use this. I color this bike. Actually, it's more like a gold. Another texture of... door. I'm allergic to trials. So now we need it's the halo. Probably want to add a little bit of, add something else after. Centered. Just need to adjust that one. Able to see with the tags. Need this to hold up the boiler. those. So we can, there would be like little poles. Or rings I could use. Could use rings from. Or not. That could be not. Why are these not black? I thought I made them black. Maybe it's the light. Because they're different color here, but then up here they're a different color. So I never changed anything, but I am playing Trials, so. Just need to adjust. As a boner. Oh. We're gonna have like a little boiler thing here. Some pipes and stuff. Like some boiler stuff. I wish you can grab this and let's use the one, you know, just a one. Right, we can't do that, but we do have a cylinder piece here. We have like one of these, and then we can change the variations of them. Obviously this one right here, there's going to be like a little bronze shaped one. I'm just going to use, I'm going to put a black one there now. Put a bolt. Tiny one. Here. Can't see because of the tags. Can't center it. Find like another object. That's the shape of that. Good luck finding something like that. Have that there. Probably another one. Somewhere here. Don't know where though. Have then we're gonna also have another one close by. And a bunch of machinery. I think I have an object kind of like that. We go to parts. Some of the boiler stuff. There are ones we probably wanna even have to. Okay, we can add those as the levies. There's like some wires and stuff here. Where's our object? I think this is the closest I'm gonna get to that shape. Cannot do that. I'm gonna get these pieces now. Bottom one is probably not that. I have like gauges. I don't want it to be. Oh, can we change? Dude, this is driving me insane. I guess they're not. Can change the color of these. Okay, so we're gonna have to. Something there. We have to find a piece that goes out like that. That's perfect. There's a piece that I want. Problem is, it's this thing is to it. Use this for now. Just need the just need a Be able to see. I just can't see. I can't see what I'm doing. This thing's blocking the entire frame. A resizing feature. I'm just gonna resize it from here so I can actually see what the hell is going on. And this part. Trials editor was not prepared for this at all. Can't see what I can. It's tags, dude. Bazillion tags in a row. I'm not even gonna touch them. So there's an object you can grab in the editor where it's like this. It's like a little short one. If you try to zoom it in, it turns into a disc for whatever reason. And then same with this editor. You have an object that looks like this. Then if you increase it, it gets fatter. Makes no sense, right? You decrease it, it gets size of a disc. You increase it, it just gets fatter. You like that's object 1,000,000,001 problem with the editor. That's the trillionth problem that I found. Trillionth. We need a new mathematical number. The amount of problems that I find in this editor. I should be a trillionaire. Just can't see what I'm doing. It's so bad that I don't know what I'm doing. And I know why this editor's dead. I know why people don't want to use it. One of the problems out of the trillions that there are. You want to resize something and then you can't. This is where a modeler comes in handy. This is donkey balls right here. I want to decrease this, but this is already going to be an arm and a leg to do that. You want to start fine-tuning your maps. Becomes quite a nuisance with this particular program I'm using. Even just by doing simple things, simple graphics, trying to make something look nice. It's almost impossible because there's only so much you could do. The editor wasn't prepared for that. It's quite annoying after a while. I'm gonna change the color of it because it's obviously a little bit more blue. This one's more shiny than that one. Maybe I can decrease the roughness of it. Shiny, but not too shiny. Right. I mean, we're playing around with the value. I'm guessing I'm selecting. Selecting this one, we're selecting this one. The value again. Okay. We were not selecting it. Shiny, but it's shiny. I actually like it shiny though. That's a little bit more realism to it. Trials kind of sucks with the graphics. Stuff on the wall. Okay, well the wall is already peeling. I don't have to do that. So we're gonna find a number B. Dash. Uh, 1F. One. Now I gotta get some other decals. Splatter. we gotta work on the signs. Everything's good here. Dynamic lighting. This is the only light source left. Nope. Where we can start playing around with our flashlight. These look creepy now. Let's take a look at the level. So this is where's the access tunnel. Now we need to find where. Okay, so we're here. Access tunnel will be here. Access hallway will be here, like this, and like that. And then we have our ladder. Ladder will be here. And our ladder will be going this way. Ladder's already, something's wrong with our ladder already. Ladder. And our ladder will be going this way. There's going to be a room here. And the hallway like that, a room over here. Stairs will be around here that go down like this. When we go downstairs, there's going to be a bunch of rooms, probably up until here. Here, the level of the lay of the level is going to be down here, all the way over here. Okay, so we're good. We're not going to go over here, which is kind of making it close. So maybe, yeah, so there's still some room. Now I gotta do the signs. Warning, your ass is getting bigger. Parking. Caution. At least there's already signs already telling me that it's caution. Problem is, it's the wrong color. So we're gonna have to use this gotta do the shape of it. So let's see. Caution, caution. Caution. You have one of these, right? Probably do. Decal that. Well, then we have to decal the side. Oh my goodness. Gotta do that. Yes. Need to decal that as well. So much decals and so much stuff. I never decaled. Told what decal to pick. We're not in the. Don't have a decal, no it doesn't. Yeah. The editor obviously wasn't prepared to do this. It's like, what happens? Like, I just don't understand. Like when you make a program, don't you know that people were gonna do this? Like just basic 101 knowledge of like you added decals and you added letters. Didn't you think that people were gonna, write sentences and shit like just to minimize the amount of clutter? But we all know that the editor was just badly made. I just don't understand. Just seems to amaze me every time I use it. I sat down and wanted to build a program or an editor for people to use. I would at least forecast the future a little bit and say maybe they're gonna you know, I included an entire alphabet with a bunch of numbers. Maybe people were gonna write things, you know, just maybe, and maybe I could just make it less cluttery. Just out of curiosity, like, that's the things that drives me insane. Just, I don't understand. And it's almost hard to understand the route. You know, when you want to make a gaming engine or anything, you know, especially when you give all these options for someone to do. Just simple stuff, just decaling. We're like, we're not even talking about scripting. We're not even talking about the level yet. We're just talking about the decals. And then that blows my mind. Like, I'm mind blasted right now. That I just don't understand. Well, like, what was Red Lynx doing? Like, what were they doing? Like, it's just it baffles my brain how these business decisions were done. Like, it ultimately just hurts the business at the end of the day. It hurts the entire business, actually. And then the trust that's gone because of those terrible business decisions. Come on. I just don't understand. It is pretty crazy. Just like simple graphics too. Like we're getting shapes and we're changing them colors. Like didn't the people who programmed this thought that, oh, maybe people are going to grab all our 100 plus shapes that we offered, maybe they're going to make some designs. Like I only grabbed 2 of them and I can't see what I'm doing. Just 2. When I reach 10, I'm blind. I'm blind with tags that you can't even hide. I'm blind. It's crazy. I can't see what I'm doing. I just have to hope that I can see. Like, I'm not even writing anything. I'm gonna write emergency. Like, emergency. And then you can't see. Or you write caution. Just a simple word. I really don't understand. I'm kind of glad that I got death threats from this community. It just tells you that this community is just like sucking the developer's cock. What else could it be? They obviously don't want criticism, that's for sure, because it's hate speech. Why I get so angry? Offering a little bit of criticism apparently makes you fucking Hitler. Apparently. I will never ever forget that. Maybe one day I'll forget when I'm fucking old. Imagine getting death threats from a fucking community that you're just trying to help them out, you know, and then they're like, fuck you, sane cunt. We're gonna end your life because we don't like your criticism. That to me is crazy to me. I will never forget that. I almost wanted to press charges at that time. Because I thought death threats were fucking illegal, which they are. I just made a police report. And that's all I did. Just pretty crazy. Really fucking crazy. I will never forget that what the Trials community did to me. Ever, ever, ever. Well, and they're probably going to try to spin it around saying that it's my fault somehow. Brethren, you gave me fucking death threats. So, like, what are you expecting? Every time I use this program, I'm always thinking about that, dude. This is fucking crazy. Crazy. In 101. Building 101. We're gonna see how am I gonna do this, because we're gonna write out a word and I won't be able to see what I'm doing. And I have to put it there, and I have to glue all the decals, and there's just gonna be a city of decals there. We're blind, we can't see. I wish we can hide them, but we can't, because it hides the textures when I just want to hide the tags and those little lines. The lines that come out of the tags. You could say it in the nicest way possible, and people will get offended. So you have to say it harshly, because they don't want it to be nice. Looks like this part right here is too big. Nope, that's not what I want to do. Gonna have to write the word caution there. I think I might be done after this. I built this room because, you know, I was just thinking, okay, I'm just building like a room or whatever. It's not going to be tedious, right? Right? It's not going to be tedious, right? I was wrong. Why did I think that using this program, just doing simplistic things, just by placing objects down? What kind of mind do I have thinking that it was going to be not jank? Oh, man, boys, the trials will disagree because they have no idea what's better. I don't feel sorry for them. Or what they deserve. Shitty game. I'm gonna give it another save because I don't trust this program. I mean, I already have to save it in numbers. That should be a number one red flag already. Last trials map. Let's see what we're doing. This menu thing out the way. I'm not gonna write colors down. I'm gonna have to write little tiny letters and like I wish there was like a decal that shows that there's like letters. Simple things, man. I mean, there's like something like this, but it's like lines, so we think we're like reading things. Oh man, dude, just the things that they kind of miss, like crucial things. Or maybe just even. So I could just use this. Flip it upside down so you don't know what it says. See already the clutter that I have already and that I have to deal with. Do the same thing here. I didn't even get the right letters yet. It's just crazy how developers of Trials never thought that, oh, maybe people are gonna write sentences. Maybe we should eliminate the amount of clutter. No. We gotta make them suffer. Make this thing twice from buying their next game. I think that was the business strategy of Trials. They want to make the players suffer, so we think twice about buying their next game. I think that was the intention. I really believe that now, actually. Like why not earn money from making a product, right? Why not? Blows my mind. Earning money is for losers. That's why I'm kind of hard on the trials community. They were hard on me. They know how it feels. Caution. Do not play Trials Rising. It might blow up your Xbox. I wouldn't be surprised that if people played my maps and the maps blew up their Xbox. Because Trials is such a bad game that it's kind of unreliable. It's out of my control. It didn't blow up my Xbox. But what is, I guess. We gotta copy all of these wherever they are. Like, I'm sure any engine designer will be looking at this and be like, that is a really bad way of, like, just selecting stuff in general, because you don't know where what you're doing. I'm hoping that I selected everything. I did. Caution is spelt wrong, then Trials is spelt wrong. Because I got it from the thing on the left here. So if that's not how you spell Caution, it ain't my problem. Caution. It's probably not yellow, it's probably white. Mistake. This is where I can actually take a area selector and just select what we want to select. I think it was in the... I think it was on another map. I forgot what it was now. It could have been the Metroid Prime map. Or if I did this, it would select something across the world for whatever reason. Yeah, that was bad. We got a caution sign. That's all that I wanted to do. Okay, and it only takes all of this. It only takes this. Alright, well, what did I just do? I added 2 shapes. I wrote the word caution. And I added something that shows that it's like something being written. Too much. It's just too much. Too much clutter. Too much clutter. That is pretty crazy. And now Trials has a glitch to where if I take this and copy it... Okay, it doesn't. Let's take it and say caution twice. So we got a problem already because that other part is black. It's not red. Or is it red? It looks red. I gotta see if it is red. This part is red. Will not open unless in first class emergency. Emergency exit. The sign reads. So I'm not gonna take this. I'm gonna take these and put it here. Right here. Discussion signs. Right. Delete that and copy this sign and put it here. Now I gotta this one I gotta copy everything. Sign, gotta copy this sign. If I can still find the sign, that would be nice. I gotta copy all of this. Oh, I'm gonna glue it, and then I'm gonna copy it. I don't feel like selecting all of this. I'm going to glue, and then we're going to pivot the glue here. What is this? Okay, this terrain materials for the actual wall. Okay. That's the case then. See what I'm doing. Oh boy. Up there. It's the doors. Have to select those. Okay, we did already. That is what it feels like. This is from the side. Flashlight is good enough. Resident Evil, you don't have a flashlight, but in mine you do. Flashlight. Emergency. Almost feels like every time I use the editor, it's like this. I only like this editor when it works. Emergency exit. We're gonna spell it from the opposite direction. Start with the T. Then we're gonna do the I. Gonna add the X. Then we'll add the E. emergency exit. And then we're gonna have to add some splatter. Change the color of it. I can glue it. We're not going to add that. Will not open. I just feel like adding that. Sorry. That's already a lot of things to glue already. This was a better program, I would have added that and have no problem. It would just be like the actual textures already done within the modeler, make it look really nice. Everything would have been done, and then that would just be one model. That emergency sign probably on the door is probably not even a model. It's probably the whole thing is a model, but I'm guessing it's a model. And I probably just want to actually glue it. That'll be better. Select everything. I have to take this door, glue it. I already got reverb. I think I already. So I need to add an effect. Now when it comes to this, do I really need a dynamic? Do I want a dynamic for this? Where's the dynamic line? I like it and I don't. I can't see that now. I don't think we have dynamics here. I don't think there's a dynamic light casted here. Not like this. Really hard to get the room lighting that I want. Now we have a dynamic light here. Mixture it with another line. Can't even select this sphere. It had a light flare to it. Added a realistic looking light just like that. Right there. We had some yellowish white. We have yellowish white sphere with emission and a light effect. Light goes all the way down. It doesn't really go all the way down, but yeah. The lighting. Our player's gonna start here. Before we put our player there though, I want to adjust room lighting. I think we're good. Probably not good yet. Well, just like Trials Fusion, there's an end to everything, right? We're already 10 hours in? There's no way. Yeah, there's going to be a light coming down from the light up there. Okay, so we're gonna have to mimic that. You know, I just need to see what I'm doing down here. level. I don't want the light to be ultra bright. Just enough to see. Problem here. Our letters aren't working. See that. Or control at that point. I don't know why it's doing that. Files. Well, the ladder works. Good. Probably add some gravity here. skipping anything. Much better. Tie this to a source. Game is on. The source will work. Want this source to be gonna create a trigger sound source. Gonna be two triggers. One and trigger two. The after hit is not on. is gonna turn on this trigger. When this trigger is active, off itself. That's how it goes. So that's going to be a sound for hitting the floor too hard. The trigger on top will always be on. It will always trigger that on. So we could even have this off if I wanted to right now. So as soon as we hit that trigger, it turns it on. When we hit that, it turns it off. And then we have to climb back up the ladder again to turn on the bottom trigger, because the top trigger will always be off. And just for editor purposes, and tie this to a size value. Like a simple script right there. And I obviously have to edit this. There we go. Simplistic little design details, little scripts, just to add a little bit more quality to the build. Now there's something all the way up here. I can turn back this on because I already played with the lighting on this area a little bit more. Probably turn down the brightness. We are good. And there's gonna be a box right here. I might as well just put the box now. Item box. The walls aren't so big here, actually. So big here. We have our little item box there. Actually have to create a trigger for that. We don't want to open it all the way up. Probably gonna put something inside. Some ammo. Put some, how do I say it? Some handgun bullets in there. Give you like 99. I was gonna reuse that again, but I'm not. Gonna give you 99 bullets. Also a save station in here. We're gonna save here, actually. I really can't tell what this object is here. This game's kind of has aged. I don't know what it is. I'm thinking that it's just some sort of box. Box there. Pretty low too. Hmm. Your item box. We can actually start doing some optimization here. Actually, we don't even have to do optimization. Actually, we can do a little bit. So we don't want the players to jump on top of the objects. So we're gonna have to put invisible walls. here. 183. Hmm. $183. I'm gonna put the typewriter here. Put some paper there. We have the typewriter and everything there now. We're gonna have another typewriter in the level, actually. Typewriters. Zombie here to test. Well then, I knew that was gonna happen. There's a problem here already. Ladder has a problem. We need to tie our ladder to something. super easy, I guess. Now it's gonna be set to 3. Let's set it to 1. Let's set it to 1. And this is gonna set it to 3. Oh, we can't do that. And not do that. Whole purpose of that. That's gonna be doing that. This game then. Okay, that's much better. We're not falling through the floor. Don't ask me why you'll fall through the floor. The trials. Yeah. Mentality of trials caca in order to figure that one out. You have a brain, you won't be able to figure that one out. Grab the ammo, we grabbed the ink, killed him, that's 3. Put him somewhere else now. We don't need the zombie anymore. I think when it comes to making the map, I think I'm done for today. Started it, then I could build more. All the logic that I done today. Well, I didn't do a lot, but just did a little bit with the ladder and stuff. I'll do that next time. Did a lot. Just did 2 rooms. I gotta put some decoration. I obviously put the item box, the typewriter, and everything. I tested the checkpoints. I tested the checkpoint system so you don't fall through the floor. numbers already. That per room section. I already added the computer, which you see here. I did that last time. Last stream. The computer. The computer console will be here, and then the combination lock will be here. The first thing you'll see, obviously, is the computer console, right? You're going to see... No. You're going to see the combination lock at work right away. If you know the code already, you can punch in the numbers. If you don't know the code, which probably 99% of people are not going to know the code, they're going to have to grab an item. There's going to be like a little projector screen, and it's going to tell you the code on the projector screen. And that's how you'll know the code. In order to get to the code, you have to access the computer, because the item that's locked behind the locked door, you have to access the computer in order to get that item. And in order to even get the combination lock, that room's going to be locked as well. So both of those rooms are going to be locked behind the computer, but the computer is easy. You just go, you watch a 45-second movie, and then it unlocks both doors. You don't even have to use the computer again. So you unlock both doors, you can go and do the combination lock, and then the other door that was previously locked, you can have the indication that maybe you should go there, maybe there's an item to figure out the combination lock. And it's super easy, you just grab it, and then you walk up to the thing, and boom, it's done. Right? And then I gotta also script a little projector movie, another projector movie thing where I have to flash projector movie, and I'll even do the projector movie where I almost feel like I want to make those olden time projector movies where the film is moving, animating. I want to make something like that. I don't think that's the projector movie we're gonna get. I think it's more of a digital one. But I would like to edit that as well. That's probably going to be for next time. For next time, I'm going to do the hallway. I'm going to finish this room, of course. Then I'm going to be doing the hallway with the staircase. And then I'm going to be doing the room with the projector screens and the TV monitors and all that stuff. Right? Which I'll be doing next time here. But before I go, I'm going to be doing some sound effects. Well, the combination lock works. It's already done. It's not perfect, but the combination lock aspect is perfect. The movie is done. At the end of our little movie here, we're probably going to have to make a sound to unlock doors, which I will do here. Just put a sound effect there, done. Unlock doors. I have to label it. Right. Good. This is a boost right here. People don't even know about the boost. You have trouble climbing my stairs, you can hit right stick down, and it gives you a little bit of a boost to climb stairs. People are not going to read that, of course. We don't really know too much about what's going to happen here. That's going to be for next time. Now this is going to be a sound effects, and that's it. It's quiet. Sounds. Okay, so that's the sound of you hitting the floor. Drop down the ladder. Now we gotta do these. Test these out. Grab one of those. Put it where the computer movie is. Now there was a guy in my Twitch stream who was being a fucking total jerk. Animated movies, and I'm over here. I made an animated movie here. That's done. We can lower the sound effects on this. This is a little bit too loud. Lower the sound effects there, because on previous maps this is really, really loud. We're gonna decrease the volume on the typewriter sound. There's some reverb, which is very nice. Reverb's already being established there. In the ground area. Things done. 1 hour. Well, you won't really know, right? I don't have to add that actually. Computer movie, the doors are going to be unlocked anyway. Now this actual sound effects. We have a floating door here. We're gonna probably gonna need that door, but I'm actually not sure. I don't think we're gonna need that door. Probably just gonna use the frame. We're gonna obviously use the script for the single doors, and then we have a script for the double doors. So every time we have a double door, we can use the script for the double doors, and we're probably gonna make our own custom doors. This was just a reference. So. It's cheat the level. One. Adding some technical stuff. Technical stuff. Okay. My microphone is working. Suck if my microphone wasn't working. I guess when it comes to the doors, door up here so we can see what the hell's going on. Alright. And start the sound effects. Okay, so this is a great sound for the furnace. Not gonna need that yet. Yes. We're gonna have that as actually sounds. Technically inside a facility. Those are the sound effects you're gonna hear. Some ambient atmospheric sound effects. That's what you're gonna hear the entire time in the laboratory level. Obviously when you get outside you won't hear this anymore, or maybe you still hear the... Probably not. Going to be the sound effects. I can test it out. Flashlight. Use weapon. Interact. Just jump. Yeah, I don't think there's gonna be a jump button. Sometimes I put a jump button. Sometimes I reset. Inventory. Aim. Find items. Kill monsters. Solve puzzles. Explore areas. We already have one puzzle to solve. Items, so we're gonna have key items. Items that you have to get. And then items that are just complete optional. You don't have to get anything. So your key items is you have to get the key items, and then there's items you don't have to get. That's only tied to the metal, or you won't get a diamond or whatever. And the time, obviously. The time will stop every time you go to your inventory. Time will resume when you're in the game. I think the max time is 60 minutes. The max time that the clock goes. Game goes. I think it goes forever. It's the how long it goes. More than enough time. Start off with 2 locked doors. That door will remain locked at all times. I don't really like this sound effect. Sounds like goggles. Let's change it. A little bit better. That. And our flashlight sound. Much better. Now it sounds like a flashlight. Or footstep sounds. Nice. Yeah. It's gonna be it for me.